Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council for Tuesday, May 27th. Just starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Likal, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government and the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place, it provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. We are starting a little bit later this morning. Council had the opportunity to go over and do an unveiling of our new fire truck this morning. So this had been a project that's been worked on for the last little while, so we have a new engine over at the fire hall, and one of the cool things, and this kind of relates to something that's coming up a little bit later on here in our agenda, is the red that is used on this engine is the exact same red as the original fire truck for Chestermere. So it's the same tone, it's the same red, it's the same red, and so that's what's been used on the new fire truck with new painting that has been unique to Chestermere. So there were some decisions that were made by our fire department to be very uniquely Chestermere, which I think myself and council appreciate as we're moving forward on some things and really focusing on Chestermere. And so it was cool to see that. I'm sure that our comms team is going to be putting out some social media. I'm getting some nods over from our comms team right now. So there'll be some messaging coming out about that. So it was a fun morning, but that's what led to us starting a little bit later here this morning. Moving to our updates and approval of the agenda, I think we're going to have a couple of changes to the agenda. I believe that we're going to move item 9.1 before 7.1, and we are adding a in-camera item for item 9.4. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that Council approve the May 27th, 2025 regular meeting of Council agenda with the following amendments. Move agenda item 9.1 to be before agenda item 7.1. Add agenda item 9.4 Recreation Center, FOIP, Section 24, advice from officials.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from Council or administration? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Public input. For a moment of reflection, I did just mention our new fire truck that's been put into service, and so again, an exciting day for Chestermere here. For public input, looking to the legislative services, did we have anyone either sign in or anything from online submissions?
Through the chair, no, there is not.
Great, thank you. Awards and proclamations. So we have another exciting event that's coming up here in Chestermere that's starting next week, and starting next week is our Seniors Week, and so this has been a fun tradition that's started here over the last number of years. And so in recognition of Seniors Week, in celebrating contributions made by seniors in our community, we welcome everyone to share in the events taking place during Chestermere Seniors Week. To our seniors of Chestermere, we demonstrate our gratitude and heartfelt salute for all you have achieved throughout life and all you continue to accomplish. We will continue to make sure that our community is an amazing and safe place for all, and one where you can participate to the fullest and can find the encouragement, acceptance, assistance, and services that you need to continue to lead your life with dignity, independence, and respect in which to mature and grow older. Whereas older adulthood should be universally celebrated and valued, celebrating seniors is an important way to promote positive images of aging, of those who help to build our country and to continue to contribute to its success. And whereas seniors in our lives and communities are rich in experience and abilities, they are positive contributors with magnitude of knowledge, insight, and wisdom, our greatest resource. And whereas the City of Chestermere Seniors Week strengthens our community and ensures that seniors are connected, valued, and held in high regard. Now, therefore, I, Shannon Dean, as Mayor of the City of Chestermere, do hereby proclaim the week of June 2nd to 8th, 2025 as Seniors Week in Chestermere. So there's going to be lots of exciting events that are happening. They're posted all over multiple social media platforms. Would invite you to go and check those out. Multiple of our councillors have been sharing it on their own social media platforms as well. So lots of great, exciting events that are happening for Seniors Week. On behalf of Chestermere City Council, I just want to apologize that we are actually going to miss the opening ceremonies of Seniors Week. City Council is off to Ottawa this week for the Federal Canadian Municipalities Conference, FCM, and very much looking forward to attending that. But we do want to apologize to the organizing committee and everybody that, unfortunately, with our departure for Ottawa this week, we unfortunately will not be able to attend the opening ceremonies, but I am confident that you will see many of our councillors at lots of the other events that are happening throughout the week. With that, I'll move to the approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of council on the May 13th.
Through the chair, there should be a motion to proclaim the Seniors Week.
Great, thank you. Can I have that motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council proclaim June 2nd to 8th, 2025 Seniors Week in Chestermere, Alberta, and direct the mayor to sign the proclamation.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now moving to the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of council for May 13th. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the May 13, 2025 regular meeting of Council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we did move an agenda item. So we have a agenda item 9.1, which is community partnerships, FOIP section 24, advice from officials. And we had scheduled this for the start of our meeting here. And so with that, can I have a councillor make the following motion to move into in camera at this time, please? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you. Good morning. I move that council move into closed session at 10:08 a.m. to discuss the following: community partnerships, FOIP, section 24, advice from officials.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. I would suspect Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the following motion to come out of closed session, please? Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council come out of closed session at 10:53 a.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a break now until 11 o'clock, just to allow public time Good morning again, everyone. Just coming back from our break. We just have one motion from our in-camera just to accept for information. Can I, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council accept the community partnerships update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now moving to our bylaws, item 7.1, which is bylaw 023-25, the 2025 tax rate bylaw. And this is being presented by Ms. Sandy Jo Hallwatt, our Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandy Jo Hallwatt, Director of Corporate Services. I am here to present the 2025 tax rate bylaw. Bylaw number 023-25. So we'll just make it brief. Recommendations to council that council give all three readings to bylaw 023-25 being the tax rate bylaw.
Great, thank you. Questions from council, please. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Your Worship. Possible point of order. I believe this was a tabled item. Do we need to remove it from the table?
Oh, thank you. Yes, we do. Well done, Councillor Sambo. Thank you. We have a number of items that we have to remove. Move on table. Lift from the table. Thank you. Look at you guys go today. Hey? Look at this. Well done, council. Okay. Can we have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council lift from the table 2025 tax rate bylaw.
Comments, questions, council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we have had the presentation. Any questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and to Ms. Jo Hallwatt. I'm wondering about the definition of vacant residential versus vacant non-residential. When does something stop being considered vacant? Is it once it's built? Is it once a permit has been issued?
Oh,
Mr. Edney?
thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Sambo. So we have a policy 540. You can find it on our website that really talks about how to define vacant residential and vacant non-residential. I believe that was supposed to be in this bylaw. Ms. Jo Hallwatt, didn't we send an update on that?
That is correct, Mr. Edney. So I will make sure that makes its way.
Can we pull that bylaw up, the version of the bylaw that has those two definitions? Does Ledge Services have that? Anyways, real quickly to answer that question. So there's been some discussion around what vacant is. So previous councils had passed they called it this bylaw, but really it's this policy. And the policy states essentially that once a parcel has been subdivided, all the utilities and infrastructure has been run to it, and then it sits vacant after that point for more than 3 years, then it becomes the vacant non-residential. So there's how it's worded is it's not going to get a current developer, if that makes sense, where you're just building homes in a community. It's set up to target, for example, like the properties in, I call it East Lakeview on East Chestermere Drive by the highway, where there's a lot that's been sitting there for 25 years. So it's really very detailed and very worded to ensure that it's only capturing those type of properties. I believe the previous council did a good job of, well, a couple councils ago did a good job of capturing that.
So
But we should have the definition.
Yeah, sorry, so turning
or at
back
least
to-
refer it to that policy.
So turning back to Ledge Services, do you guys have the copy of that? Okay. I have correspondence from Saturday that said that it was sent on Saturday. I've just sent you that. I don't have the actual policy in front of me.
So Mayor, that from Saturday was the addition of the vacant non-residential definition and vacant residential property.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's not in our version in the council package. And it's not up on the screen, I don't think.
Right. And I think that what Ledge Service is saying is they don't have that.
Okay, I will resend it.
Okay.
Do you want to approve it with the addition of the vacant?
Well, we're doing 3 readings of the bylaw, right? So I think council wants to see, I think council will want to see it. And so let's approve first reading, right? And then add it for second reading.
Do you want to just table this item again?
We can, and ensure Ledge Services
Table and
has all
ensure
the
they get
information.
the updated bylaw and just move on to the next thing?
Okay, let's do that.
Sure thing. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My apologies.
Can I have a councillor make the motion to table this, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler?
I move that council table bylaw 023-25, the tax rate bylaw. Should we put a date on that? Or just do it later today?
No, because we're just gonna,
Table it for
we
now.
might be lifting it in 10 minutes.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you, Kyle.
Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So that, thank you. So then, moving to item 7.2, I believe this was another item that we need to lift from the table. Is that correct? Can I have the motion to lift from the table bylaw 019-25, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Let's move that council lift from the table bylaw 019-25, Chief Administrative Officer, delegation order repealing bylaw.
Thank you. We'll call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So with that, item 7.2, bylaw 019-25, the Chief Administrative Officer Delegation Order repealing bylaw. This is being presented by Mr. Kent Edney.
All right, thank you, Your Worship, through yourself to you and council. We dealt with this issue a couple of meetings ago. One of the things that procedurally under the MGA, it sounds a little bit cumbersome and like a little bit of red tape, but in order to repeal a bylaw, you have to have a bylaw that repeals the bylaw. So we had just done a motion, which is fine with policies, but given that this is a bylaw and not a policy, we actually have to create a bylaw to rescind the other bylaw. Don't ask me. So that's all I'm asking for at this stage here, is to give all 3 readings to the Chief Administrative Officer Delegation Order repealing bylaw. And just for reference, we don't have the original bylaw in here, but we discussed this at length, that it's really just down into the operational aspects of assigning what the manager of finance does and those kind of things, and that's within the CAO's purview. So at the time, council agreed to remove that, allow that to be a policy that I'll have that does that all on the backside, but it's not a council bylaw at this point.
Right. So this is very much a simple administrative process.
Very simple administrative process.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through our chair, Mr. Edney, do we need a bylaw specific to this, or can we just have a general repealing bylaw to that allows us to repeal any bylaw?
No. So through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, no, we can't. You could do multiple bylaws at once. So I think there was something done early in your term or with Mr. Legore where there was a repealing bylaw that repealed 3 or 4 bylaws at a time that weren't making sense. What often happens in most bylaws is there's some new version of it coming forward. So the new version then repeals the old version. But with this, we don't have a new version coming. We didn't identify any other bylaws right at this time that we needed to rescind. So that's why it's just one bylaw for the one bylaw.
Okay. So can I have the first motion on the screen, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the first motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council rescind motion 2502-0422-18, council rescind bylaw number 007-24, being the chief administration officer delegation order bylaw effective immediately.
Great, thank you. So just for clarity, we're going to rescind that motion, then move through the process of the 3 readings of the bylaw. Okay, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion for first reading, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 019-25, being the chief administrative officer delegation order repealing bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading to bylaw number 019-25, being the chief administration officer delegation order repealing bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Thank you. Can I have the next motion to give permission for us to go with third reading, please? Councillor Narayan.
Just move the council to give permission to proceed with third and final reading of bylaw 019-25, being the chief administrative officer delegation order repealing bylaw.
For teachers of political science everywhere, this is a lesson in red tape. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote.
It's a good lesson.
Yeah, right. And then can we proceed with third reading, please? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion council give third and final reading to bylaw number 019-25, being the chief administrative officer delegation order repealing bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We now have item 7.3. Just a quick reminder, is this another one that we had to lift from the table, Mr. Edney? No. Okay. So moving to item 7.3, which is to rescind bylaw 024-16, which is the City of Chestermere Building, HVAC, Plumbing, Gas, and Electrical Permit Bylaw. This is being presented by Shaman, who's our Manager of Development and Building Services, and Damon, who's our Safety Codes Officer. Awesome. Good morning.
All right, good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Damon McGilvery. I am the new Chief of Safety Services and with Community Growth and Infrastructure. So I'm here before you to give a recommendation for a first reading of bylaw 007-25, being the Building, HVAC, Plumbing, Gas, and Electrical Permit Repealing Bylaw. It's a bit of a mouthful. And also to give second and third reading to the same bylaw. So a little bit of background is that industry came to us a while back regarding permit extensions and permit durations. So they requested going from a 1 year to a 2 year. So there was some review done. We were bringing the bylaw amendments forward, and in discussion with ELT, it was determined that maybe perhaps a policy would fit better for what we're doing here. So policy was brought forward. We're getting ready to put that forward to our signature after this, pending the repeal of this bylaw. So really, at the end of the day, there is minimal impact to our budgeting. There's also there's eliminating the need of doing the permit extensions. There's less administrative tasks for industry as well as for our staff too. And it kind of frees up more time for our staff to assist with other services. So it's kind of a big value added here by removing this one little piece here. But also it aligns with the provincial's mandate of reducing red tape. It helps us, simplify our accreditation responsibilities, and that we're improving our operational flexibility. So with that, this transitioning does comply with our Safety Codes Act, permitting regulation, and our QMP, quality management plan, sorry. So just in summary, that this bylaw here was going to enhance the clarity to our permitting inspection requirements, provide response to industry, enhancing the permitting duration and extension flexibility, and improving overall service value.
Great, thank you. So I believe what we need right now is the motion for first reading for the repealing of this bylaw. Can I have a motion for first reading, please? Can I have a councillor read the first motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 007-25, being the building, HVAC, plumbing, gas, and electrical permit repealing bylaw.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I have a few questions about this. Generally, when I want to repeal something and replace it with a policy, it's nice to see what the policy looks like. Is that available at all? Should we proceed to first or second reading, third reading, etc.?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, so real quickly, thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Schindler. So really high level with this particular bylaw. This bylaw was just reiterating what the Safety Codes Act and all the provincial regulations say. So as we started to talk through it as a leadership team, when it came for some changes, that became the real question of, if we don't have this bylaw, does it inhibit our safety codes officers, our building inspectors, the ability to do their job? And is it adding anything that is different, I guess, than what the provincial codes are? And the answer was no. So the answer was more, the bylaw was starting to look like a policy or a procedure, where it was telling us how we will go implement the policy. So my view is this policy is an administrative policy on how to implement the Safety Codes Act, and not necessarily a council policy at this point. So that's why we're taking essentially a bunch of what the bylaw said and making it into a policy. But it was redundant from a legislation perspective. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And this is administrative policy, not council policy.
Yeah, because the council bylaw is just regurgitating
Right.
what the provincial laws say, and we can't put bylaws in that overrule the provincial legislation anyway. So we just saw it as an extra sort of piece of legislation that we didn't need to have, and are just trying to streamline things.
Okay.
So does that mean then it's an administrative procedure then to change any sort of permitting fee schedule? Because right now the fee schedule is in the bylaw that needs to be approved by council for any adjustments.
So no, the fee schedule is a separate entity that isn't in the bylaw. So all of the fee schedule is something that the council will still approve. What it does give a little bit of flexibility in the procedure is, for example, like the 1-year building permit that you have doesn't really work when you've got a condominium building or something like that. So it just gives the safety codes team the ability to say to them, yes, you can have 2 years to complete construction. So it's nothing that is deemed, I guess, material or inconsistent with the provincial legislation.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor. Yeah, it pretty much sums everything up, but essentially this policy is there to identify how we charge our fees or where we're going to get our fees from, if they're going to have any enforcement or compliance challenges, where we go for that. Mm-hmm. And also it looks at just making sure that we are just simplifying our process. We have regulation, we have our act in there to guide us in our quality management plan. So we really want to focus on those pieces instead of trying to layer in the operational pieces in that bylaw.
Would this also assist in the speeding up of permits, inspections and whatnot to get, are we cutting enough red tape to make a difference in that process?
I think at this time it is primarily just the resources that we're working through, plus developing all the processes, the procedures. It's been a little lacking over the years. So I'm on board. I'm planning on tackling a lot of that. It just, there's a lot ahead of us, as well as the volume that we're seeing, record volumes.
Yes.
So it is a little challenging. We're asking industry to be patient. We are working through it, and we are making some adjustments now to process the backlog and permits.
So this should help, is what you're saying.
Overall, yes, because we can now increase our flexibility on how we go about our business, our operations.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions with regards to this bylaw? Councillor Sambo?
So sorry. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to whoever can answer it. This relates to my other question on another item. How does permitting interact with tax classifications? So if somebody has a permit, does that change them from vacant to non-vacant or anything like that?
Mr. Edney?
I would have to get back to you on that answer, Councillor Sandbo. I'll try and look it up in policy 540 here, but I think if they've got a permit, they're now not vacant, but again, they have to act on it. They can't just keep getting a permit to call themselves not vacant. Do you know what I mean?
I'm correct. That would not be ideal to get a permit and let it expire multiple times.
Yeah.
That would not be ideal. So what I'm wondering is how that interacts, because if it's possible, I'm not saying anyone in our building community would do this right now, but if it's possible sometime in the future that someone would be continuously extending a permit or getting new permits to avoid the higher tax rate, then that's something maybe council should keep a closer eye on. That's why I'm asking.
May I speak to that in context?
Please.
To the chair, to Councillor Sandbo. So it has a certain relation. How it's calculated is not something that's clear to our department. However, we get involved when it comes to assessment, and the assessors ask for permit records in terms of improvements. And I believe that as you make improvements to your residential dwelling or to any property, that increases the value of your property. So if we're relating the tax assessment to how they're taxed, or the assessment of the property to how they're taxed, then that's how it's related. I just don't know the formula to it.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe I have an answer, and I would think, so Councillor Sambo, you're talking about when a home is under construction and they pull a permit. Is that correct? And you're wondering at what point it would become non-vacant.
Through the chair, I'm exposing my ignorance. I don't know very much about permitting. I have not had to do it myself. So yes.
So what I would say is that in that situation, it would probably become non-vacant after it received its occupancy permit. In my assumption of legalities, that would make sense.
Through the chair to Councillor. Essentially, yes. So the tax assessment team will review our permitting once it's complete, and then they kind of have an idea of what is there for their assessment on the inside, and then they also go by and take a look on the outside. So once we close that permit, then it would be then viewed as, okay, complete, it can be occupied, and therefore we can charge the proper amount of taxes now.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the rescinding of this bylaw? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. My last question is actually if we know what other municipalities are doing. Do they have bylaws or administrative policies for this specific thing?
So through the chair to Councillor, yes. Most municipalities do have bylaws. A lot of them did have the same kind of content that we had in ours, but a lot of them have streamlined them back to simplify it. Not necessarily in policies, but in the bylaws. So one is in Wood Buffalo, we streamed it right back, and in Calgary as well.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify, it's actually policy 450, not 540. I got the first two numbers backwards. And what makes it from vacant to not vacant is an actual building on it. So if you started some kind of construction, and it's 3 years after the year of subdivision, and that occurs after you've got your utility lines and all that kind of stuff put in there. So I'll send that policy around to council for your...
Right, and that'll be for the tax rate bylaw.
That's for the tax rate, yeah.
Yeah. So dealing with the rescinding of this particular bylaw, Any other comments, questions for first reading? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the presenter. My question is, rather than rescinding, we cannot do any amendments, or so for this bylaw, or we have to rescind?
Ms. Vandermeer?
Through the chair to Councillor Randhawa, you must repeal the bylaw. You can't rescind it. You have to actually do a repealing bylaw.
Right. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So to Councillor Randa, I think what you were asking is, do we need to repeal the bylaw? Could we change the bylaw to be more efficient? And I think that's the process we were in administratively. And then we just realized all we're redoing is regurgitating what the provincial rules are anyways. So that's where it was like, okay, the province has laid out what the rules are. Our policies are how we determine how to actually implement them. Our bylaws shouldn't tell us how to implement something. They should just tell us what the rules are. So then that's when we got to the point where this bylaw is essentially redundant with the provincial legislation. So that's why we felt it was best, just again from that reducing red tape idea, to remove the bylaw out and just deal with it in the policy.
Okay. Any other questions for first reading? Okay. Call for the vote. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Can I have the motion for second reading, please? Can I have a councillor make the following? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 007-25, being the building, HVAC, plumbing, gas, and electrical permit repealing bylaw.
Comments, questions for second reading, please? Call for the vote. Thank you. Can I have for council to give permission to third and final reading, please? Can I have Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give permission to third and final reading of bylaw number 007-25, being the building, HVAC, plumbing, gas, and electrical permit repealing bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. And then can I have the motion for third reading, please? Can I have a councillor make the Councillor Grant?
I move council give third and final reading to bylaw 007-25, being the building, HVAC, plumbing, gas, and electrical permit repealing bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I think, too, it's appropriate at this time, as we are moving through some of these processes when it comes to our policy and our bylaws, when it comes to permitting and things like that. We are having our second dirt-to-door since this council came on June the 23rd. And our first dirt-to-door was held in December, and that was held with our development community. This one's going to be held with our development and our builders. And the purpose of those meetings is it gives us, our developers and our builders and our city council and administration a chance to discuss some of the challenges that we're seeing, some of the successes that we're seeing, do some comparables to what we're seeing in other municipalities. And so I think doing work like this, where we're looking at ways that we can reduce red tape and find ways to be more streamlined, is certainly something that is going to be coming up during our dirt-to-door conversations on June 23rd. So
Well, hopefully you'll be part of that. So
awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. We now have bylaw 004-25 being the procedural amendment bylaw. I believe we do have to lift this one from the table. So can I have a councillor make the motion to lift this motion from the table, please? Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council lift from the table bylaw 004-25, procedural amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Comments? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we have item 7.4, which is bylaw 004-25, being the procedural amendment bylaw, being presented by Vanessa Vandermeer, our manager of legislative services. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to ask for Council's recommendation to pass first, second, third and final reading being the procedural bylaw. So a note on this bylaw is the amendment to the procedural bylaw will ensure compliance with the changes introduced from the Bill 20. Under Section 199 of the Municipal Government Act, guaranteeing electronic access to council meetings for all individuals as outlined in Section 4.15 public participation. Another note on this is that it will allow individuals to attend by electronic means for our public hearings. This was to be done, unfortunately, at the end of last month, but due to some delays, we're bringing it forward now. So some of the things on that, though, we originally had planned to bring back a procedural bylaw update to all of council at the end of January, but with all the changes that are coming forward right now on the different bills, we are actually holding off on that, and we're just doing an amendment, even though we don't really prefer doing amendments to bylaws going forward, other than land use. So again, as I bring up to council, we are just looking for the readings of first, second, third, and moving to third and final of this bylaw.
Yeah, and just to add some commentary to that. So as we are aware, the provincial government has made provisions now for code of conducts where they have essentially been removed. And we're in a holding pattern right now with regards to what code of conducts look like for councils across Alberta. And what Ms. Vandermeer is referring to is we don't know yet what that's going to entirely mean with procedural bylaw. So it has passed third reading, and now we're just waiting for the regulations to come out. So just add a little bit of commentary to that. We're waiting. Rest assured, our public can rest assured, there is a lot of conversations that are going on between municipalities and the provincial government and the minister, and now with the new minister of municipal affairs, this is certainly something, conversations that are happening with regards to what those regulations are going to look like. So I certainly appreciate that we're meeting the challenge, if you will, or meeting the conditions that have now been outlined by Bill 50, but further to that, we are still waiting to see what the further regulations with Bill 50 are going to look like. So with that, can I have the motion for first reading, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please, for first reading? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 004-25, being the procedural amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to first reading? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I note that one of the changes on here requires some upgrades to technology. Do we have any idea of what the financial impact to the city will be on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandvo, at this time, we're not quite sure on the different impacts because we're not sure if we can even get certain upgrades for individuals to utilize. I do know that for individuals to attend our meetings, they can attend it through Zoom as well as through our Teams. So that transition has been worked out and we're able to access that. But if people want to attend it by any other electronic means, that would all depend on what they're wanting to attend by.
But I also think it's the city offers. Right. So if we are offering a technology, right. So, and we've already seen this, right. So some of us here on council have attended a meeting via an online means. And basically what we do is we present an opportunity then for public to be able to do that. But then obviously they would not be able to attend during an in camera, similar to what we do right now. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A follow-up on that. I'm noting in the language here, specifically what I'm wondering about is offering telephone as a means, because I don't believe we currently do that. And I think the language in here says we have to. And so I'm wondering if that language gets us into some trouble if we're not sure if we are able to offer telephone.
So if I could speak to that through the chair to Councillor Sambo, we could also do it through cell means if we need to, or we can have IT set us up with telephone because there is hookups throughout inside the chambers to allow it. It's a wording that the government has put in place that a lot of places don't have. Kind of like fax, everybody has to have one, but not everybody does. We're doing the best that we can at this time to their changes that they're making and constantly changing on us.
I think too on that, Minister MacGyver was pretty clear on this, is that before Minister MacGyver transitioned into his current role now as Speaker, when he was Minister of Municipal Affairs at Alberta Munis, he was very clear about this is not supposed to be onerous. This is more about providing those further opportunities. Really, the onus on this, or where this kind of came from, was offering further opportunities, especially for things for public presentations. Sorry, not public presentations, I apologize, for public hearings, so that people would have a further opportunity to participate in public hearings. That's really where the push from this is from the provincial government as a whole. Minister MacGyver, obviously, since it's under his portfolio, now under Minister Williams, was really the push for to further the opportunity for public to participate in our public hearings. I don't anticipate that we're going to have many public hearings between now and the October election, but we might. But this is why we have to put this provision in, because we do have some public hearings that will be coming up before the election. So by putting this in now, then we'll have met the regulations, and then administration will have to figure out the rest in terms of how that's going to work. Councillor Naran.
Thank you, through your worship, through Mr. Edney, to Vanessa. My question is with respect to the allotted time, changing it from 15 to 30 minutes. So just clarification. This is just for public presentations, or does it also apply to public hearings as well?
So through the chair to Councillor Narayan, it would apply for both. So we're just allowing the extra time because we have noticed that we've gone over. It just gives us that little buffer room in case we need it.
Sorry, to clarify, this is for public. This is for public presentations. It does not offer somebody at a public hearing the opportunity to speak for 30 minutes.
Okay,
so
that's what?
Because that time limit is still 5 minutes. Right, so the example would be what we've seen over the last. So we had 2 public hearings, and if you recall, we made motions to extend the times on those. This gives us a 30-minute window instead of a 15-minute window as previous. It does not provide the opportunity for someone to speak for 30 minutes at a public hearing.
Yeah, I just needed that clarification for the public as well, I guess. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Okay, we'll call for the vote then for first reading if there's no other questions or comments. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion for second reading, please? Can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading for this bylaw, please? Councillor Ryan.
Just move the council give second reading to bylaw 004-25, being the procedural amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And permission to proceed with third reading. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council give permission to proceed with third and final reading for bylaw number 002 or 004-25, being the procedural amendment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And then for, can I have Councillor Reid for third and final reading, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 004-25, being the procedural amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. A request that I would just have of administration, if we could. So in the back of those of us that have the printed binders, but also within the packages of what gets sent out to council, we have a copy of our procedural bylaw. So now that we've made some changes, can we just have all of that updated, please, in our binders, just especially for myself, trying to keep all the procedures in mind and making sure that we're following those along. So if I could just have that updated within our binders, that'd be great. Thank you. Moving to item 7.5, which is the election amendment bylaw. This is also going to be presented by Ms. Vanessa Vandermeer, Manager of Legislative Services. Before we do that, we just need to lift it from the table. So if we could lift it, not life it, that would be great. Awesome. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please, to lift from the table? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council lift from the table bylaw 022-25, election amendment bylaw.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. As carried unanimously. Thank you. So, Ms. Vandermeer, you're up.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. I bring to you today another amendment bylaw. As I stated before, we prefer to stay away from the amendments, but because of all the changes that are happening right now with the provincial government, we're amending this bylaw because we feel that there may be other changes coming for changeover of a bylaw. I'm asking for recommendation for council today to pass first, second, move to third and final reading of the election amendment bylaw. The reason for this amendment is that we need to include the elector assistant terminals to assess electors casting votes equipped with accessibility features to accommodate electors with disabilities. This mainly focuses on individuals that have vision loss, as well as can assist the individuals that are helping the voters vote. The bit of a issue right now, though, so the council is aware that trying to get a voter assist terminal is kind of like a needle in a haystack, because Elections Alberta isn't able to locate enough for municipalities. So it's kind of an interesting thing, but we have to state it within our bylaw that we can allow to have this be available in case it is needed.
Okay, thank you. Can I have the motion for first reading, please? Can I have a councillor make the motion for first reading for this? Councillor Wozanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move council give first reading to bylaw number 022-25, being the election amendment bylaw.
Any comments, questions from council?
I have one.
Councillor Wozanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through yourself, our chair, to our presenter, Ms. Vandermeer. Do you know how we did it before?
So through the chair to Councillor Wozanowski. So from what I understand before, we just assisted. We didn't have a terminal that was available, an electronic terminal for it. It was just individuals would assist, or you'd have a family member or someone to vote in for you, and they would assist of your marking of your ballot. But they've changed it to state that we have to have this new form.
Okay, thank you.
Question that I had was, should there be a definition of what EATs are included in the bylaw? Because this has been a topic of discussion in regards to electronic voting and voting terminals and all those sorts of things. And so I'm just wondering if it would be prudent for us to, within our bylaw, just to have a definition of what the electoral assistant terminals are. I understand what they are. I know what they are, right? I'm just wondering, though, within our bylaw, should we have that as a definition? Would be a question I would have for administration.
To the chair, yes, we could definitely add that.
Okay.
We could put it as an amendment.
So what would your suggestion then be? Should we then do, because if we're going to add that, that's going to take some work.
So through the chair, my suggestion was first reading, you can say with the following amendment, add a definition for electoral assistant terminals.
Okay.
Then you can just move forward with all the readings because we'll make that change pursuant to this motion.
Okay, thank you.
Unless you really, really care exactly what the wording of that definition says. But
I'm not that
assuming
passionate
the
about
province
it.
has some sort of definition to define it for us that we can put in there.
Yeah, I just know that this has been a topic of conversation across the province, right? However we may feel about it politically, I don't think matters at this time, right? Because there have been regulations and bills that have been put in place, and those are what we work under. So I'm comfortable with this. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point of order. I can make this friendly if Councillor Wozanowski would like to accept it.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, so calling for the vote for first reading with we will be adding a definition for electoral assistant terminals. So call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion for second reading, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading to bylaw number 0222-25, being the election amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to second reading? Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. Great. Thank you. Can I have councillor make the motion for permission to proceed with third and final reading? Councillor Grant.
I move council give permission to proceed with third and final reading of bylaw 022-25, being the election amendment bylaw.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously, which means that we can proceed with third and final reading. Can I have a councillor make the motion for third and final reading for this bylaw, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw 022-25, being the election amendment bylaw.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. On our next item, thank you, Ms. Undermer. On our next item, because it's going to be relating to item 8.4, I'd kind of like to do them together because I think that they are interconnected. So I would just like to look to administration. I would actually like to move to item 8.1. I don't think I have to table an item to just be able to move. But I'm just wondering about that piece, if you see them as interconnected, or should we just handle 7.6 on its own? Because the reason we're changing 7.6 is because of 8.4.
Yeah, so through yourself to council, our procedural bylaw lets us deal with anything on the agenda in any order we want to. So typically we make a motion saying, hey, let's move 7.6 to before 8.4, but we don't have to do that. But that's our typical practice.
So if it's okay with council, if I don't have any strong objections on that, I'd like to just wait since we're going to be handling the two together, because I mean, there's a possibility that if we don't approve the policy update for 8.4, then that could have a material impact back on the committee bylaw. So if we're okay with that, council, if I don't hear any strong objections. Okay. So I'd like to move to item 8.1, which is policy 854, Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee policy. And this is being presented by Josh Esalanzo. How'd I do? Was I close? Dang it! I was taking a swing.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Wait, help me.
I get it all the time.
Help me.
Stanislaw.
Oh, I wasn't even close. I apologize, Josh. I apologize.
No, you're good. I've lived with this last name my whole life.
That's right. So good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Josh Stanislaw, Ledge Assistant 2. I'm here to present the Policy 854, Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee. So back in December 10, 2024, the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting, Jen Pedalston, which is present here today in the audience, president of the Chestermere Historical Foundation, presented about the need for a city-endorsed body to document, record, and promote the preservation of Chestermere areas, structures, and materials of historical significance. And in response, administration has drafted a TOR for this committee, and this TOR has also been reviewed and by the Chestermere Historical Foundation. We've gone back and forth. I've added their suggested changes in red line, and yesterday there was another change that was requested from us, so I've circulated that to council in highlight. So I will also be uploading that to the website after this meeting, and that's pretty much it.
Great, thank you. So you are, can I have the first motion that we are going to be dealing with regards to this, please, on the screen? Great, thank you. So the amendment is what you were just mentioning. Excuse me, I apologize. Of what you've presented to council here a few minutes ago, which is just a small change from what was online, correct?
Yes, so basically the only change that the foundation wanted to add was that the committee should consult with local historical societies for resources and input to further the common purpose. So that was a small change, just so it gives the committee a chance or like a directive to consult with other historical preservation societies in Chestermere, such as the CHF.
Great, thank you. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council adopt policy number 854, being the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee policy as amended.
Any comments, questions from council with regards to the policy? Councillor Sambo.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have two comments or possibly amendments for council to consider from what's been presented. Firstly, I'm noticing in the purpose, this is very restricted to objects and locations. And I don't know if that's the exact intent of this advisory committee. I think it's more about preserving heritage and history more broadly. So I'm open to other suggestions, but I was thinking it could say, for initiatives that recognize, promote, and preserve Chestermere's history and heritage within the bounds of Chestermere, and take out the reference to places, because that's in other places. What I think that would do is open up opportunities for recommendations around education or naming of locations or, other things. So that's one I wanted to offer up. The other one I'll just say now, under composition, I think this would be a great committee to have an administrative representative. So I'd like to suggest adding number 3, a member of staff be appointed. I don't know what the typical wording is as a non-voting member, but someone to make sure that items that are brought up are addressed.
It's in our committee bylaw, though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they call it a liaison.
Yeah, because we added it to our committee bylaw. Correct? Yeah, because we added it to our committee bylaw that each committee would have a staff liaison.
That's right. That satisfies that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. So I believe that Lead Services, Councillor Sambo, is just trying to capture your amendment there. So Emily's just come in. So can you just help with what you were looking for on that amendment again, please? Maybe just give it a moment while Emily just kind of gets herself situated here. I think it'll help us all just have it on the screen and we can kick it around a little bit.
So under purpose, where it says for initiatives that recognize, promote, and preserve, and I'm suggesting from there it says Chestermere's history and heritage within the bounds of Chestermere. Something to that effect.
Ms. Vandermeer?
Through the chair to Councillor Sambo, can you repeat that one more time, please?
For initiatives that recognize, promote, and preserve Chestermere's history and heritage within the bounds of Chestermere.
Heritage. Within the bounds of Chestermere.
I think we're going to need that one more time, Councillor Sambo.
After preserve. Just after.
I think Mr. Edney's on it.
Right here. After preserve.
Just while we're doing that, I see that we have some staff here that are for some upcoming presentations. It's going to be after lunch. Yeah. So if you wanted to go for lunch, you're safe. So
After preserve Chester's history.
I figured you'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we got that. City of Chestermere, history and heritage within the bounds. Yeah. Correct?
Is that what you're looking for, Councilor Sambo? Councilor Sambo, would you be preserve sites, areas of interest, and Chestermere's history? Or are you deliberately trying to make? Because I think both are broad, but I think it's important that we mention sites specifically, and that we mention areas of interest specifically, and Chestermere's history specifically.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the next paragraph, it says building structures, items, and landscape features.
That's fair.
However, I'm not.
No, but I think in the first one though, this is also to make recommendations too. So I like your addition because I like what you were saying about the education piece, because I think that I like what you're saying there. I'm just wondering. Sorry, before we change it, and preserve. So what I'm wondering is, and preserve, sorry, can you take out the word the? I'm going to try something here. Take out the word the. Preserve sites, comma, areas of interest, and other related. This is too complicated. No, and sites and take out other related. Sorry. You good with that?
If you're offering that as friendly, I would accept it.
Okay. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm all fine with this. I just had another point to make if we're ready to move on from that. Or,
Yeah, because this is, because we're going to be making some changes here to the policy, so yeah.
So my concern about this, not concern, one thing I've thought about is how do we protect, and I know where this is going, and I know we really can't do this, but I'm trying to figure out how we could possibly at least advocate for this, and that is, how do we preserve the history in the surrounding area? Because as we know, there's lots of Chestermere history not within our municipal boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
What's the barn? The white barn. What's the name? Lewis? Alice. That's right. That's a major part of the area. The McElroys with their plow. Major part of the area. Not within our boundaries. How do we make sure that those things don't get erased as we expand into these areas? Or are we comfortable with that when it does enter the area, it will go through this process?
So if I may, Councillor Grant, what I would suggest is under item 4, rules and responsibility, making an A4 that says advocate, could say advocate with other surrounding areas for other historical items related to Chester.
Yeah, I think the work of this, I guess it's a policy, so it's not really, can't be a work of a policy, but maybe the Historic Society can identify those areas outside of our boundaries so that we know they're there before we even get into an issue. And then that could be part of that advocacy work where they bring it to the city's attention and the policy, and whether we advocate to our neighbors on behalf of that issue or not, I'm not sure, but I would like to try and capture that.
Sure. So would you be comfortable with the suggestion I'm making to add it under roles and responsibilities and make this A4?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Lead services, or you need me to say that again, or you've got a first swing at it?
If we can just, 1 second, she's trying to
Yep.
figure out where we're going.
No rush. Your fingers just look ready to go to type right now. I'm just like, you're like air typing in front of us all right now, Josh.
If you could please repeat what you were stating.
Yeah, so to advocate, to identify and advocate for the preservation of potential historical items related to Chestermere that exist outside of Chestermere borders. Councillor Grant? Because, I mean, all we can do is advocate. Absolutely. Because they can say no. But, okay. But at least it's there. At least it's there. Well,
And we can bring it to attention.
I also believe that, I think it was in the report, it also talked about that there's things at the Glenbow, for example, right? We know that we have a deep history with HCMS. It's going to come to me because of the Sea Cadets and Tecumseh, yeah. So we have a deep history there, right? And there are historical items that exist there. And so I think this encapsulates all that because those are historical items related to Chestermere that exist outside of our borders. And just to advocate for those, that if we were to learn, if something was to happen to those, then maybe we could get them back to within us, so to speak. Okay. Councillor Warzanowski?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'd also like to just add, I mean, I don't know how it's done in other municipalities, but we've all seen the heritage. Well, there's Confluence Center. There's the Ukrainian Village just outside of Edmonton. There's, what's the heritage one called off of Heritage Drive? Where they have Heritage Park. I was going to say Heritage Point, but it's not Heritage Point. And they all have found a way to preserve things that were certainly not in those communities. They were all transported there. All those buildings were outside of the city of Calgary or the city of Edmonton or that wherever that Ukrainian Center was. So there was obviously a way to advocate to move it such that those things were preserved. I don't know what that mechanism is, but hopefully this captures that.
Yeah, I mean, we have an organization in Chestermere where cabins and other buildings were transported from other places and are still in use today. And so, yeah, so that certainly already exists within our community. And so I agree with you, being able to capture the things. And what I see this too is it's another step in the right direction in terms of preserving Chestermere's history. And I think what the Historical Foundation is appreciative, one of the things that they appreciate about this step is that I think their feeling, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I'll watch Jen's face as I say this and she can nod or shake. And but I think what the Historical Foundation appreciates about this is that now there is a stated public, on paper, documented support from the city for this work, and that the city is going to officially come alongside and work alongside the city. And so anything that we're adding to this, I think is absolutely beneficial. I'm seeing a lot of nodding in agreement, so good. Okay, Is there anything else within the policy that anyone had any questions or comments about? Councillor Wozinski.
I just have one question in regards to the chair. I know we discussed this when Ms. Peddleson brought this to council a number of months ago about having a resident be the chair. I'm okay the way it's written, that a councillor can be chair or co-chair, so that gives the opportunity for a potential member at large to be the chair. Just wondering if we actually, as council, believe that we should even be involved as the chair or co-chair.
I would recommend we leave it so that we don't have to make another change to our committee bylaw. Because it's stated in our committee bylaw, and I think that this should align with our committee bylaw.
Okay, then we should ensure that there's no redundancy in regards to that comment if it's already in our committee bylaw. Thank you.
So it's all through our, like all of our committees basically read that way.
Yes, then it doesn't even need to be written here. When we made a
Right.
recommendation from another committee, we said reference the chair and co-chair, reference the committee bylaw as opposed to restating it. Unless it's exactly the same, I'd rather see it just reference the committee bylaw in regards to chairing of this committee.
Okay.
But it's fine as it is probably too.
Okay. Okay, so are we good then? Any other changes to the policy? Okay. I apologize. I didn't write this down. Councillor Wozinski, no. Councillor Sambo. I believe you were the one who made this original motion. I think at this point we should restate the motion because we've had 2 amendments. So can you restate the motion, please?
Restate.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I move that council adopt policy 854, being the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee policy, with the following amendments. Section 1, change the wording to the following. The Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee identifies opportunities and makes recommendations to council and city administration for initiatives that recognize, promote, and preserve sites, areas of interest, and Chestermere history and heritage within the bounds of Chestermere. Add 4 sub 1A4 to state to identify and advocate for the preservation of potential historical items related to Chestermere that exist outside of Chestermere borders.
Any other comments, questions from council? Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Were there any other proposed motions right now from administration?
Yes, to appoint 2 councillors to the committee.
Yeah, so I'm going to recommend that we not do this right now. What I would recommend is I think we should do it at the same time. So my recommendation is that we would make a motion to open an application process for this new committee and allow people some time to apply. And I would like to see us, whatever that timeline looks like, I would like to see us be making those decisions at the June 24th council meeting, because then that would give this committee an opportunity to then meet before council goes on its August break. So then at least there's a meeting that happens before the fall. Then they can meet again 1 or 2 times in the fall before the election at least. Let the committee get going, and then there could be some established work. So council director administration to bring back applications to a regular. Well, we can't. We have to do another process. To bring back applications to regular meeting of council. No, not before August.
No, on the date.
At the June 24th.
I would just say just nominate all members. Right?
All members of what?
This committee, including the councillors.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. But people have to apply for it. As per our committee bylaw.
But actually nominate them after you have the applications, is what I'm saying, on that date. It's the same difference.
Have we directed administration to appoint council?
But what Shannon's suggesting is also the committee.
Sorry guys, mics. Yeah, Councilor Wozinski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to clean up this motion, I would just suggest that on the June 24th that we appoint council and committee members.
Yes.
This is written perfectly now. Yeah, I know it was quick fingers there, so it looks good.
Right, but what
That'll
I'm
give us a chance to have all the applications in.
thank you. So what I'm suggesting though is that we have to open up the application process. Right?
That's kind of important.
So, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, you're correct. You do have to open up the application process, and we'll want to make it clear to the public this is a very short timeline to have this come back on the June 24th, just with the way agenda prep and everything goes. So, something that we'd have to try to open up end of this week and give people about 2 weeks to apply. So,
Yeah.
just so everybody's aware, get the application in right away. But you're right, our committee bylaw says you do have to do an application process.
So I'd like to take another stab at this and just offer complete thought, and then I can debate that. So council direct administration to open the application process for the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee and no, right. Sorry, guys, can I just complete my thought first and then you guys can debate it? Heritage Advisory Committee and bring applications to the June 24th, to the regular meeting of council on June 24th, 2025. Okay. So in my opinion, this comes and then we can just make the appointments then at that time. Okay, we're good? Thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Gladly. I motion council direct administration to open the application process for the new Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee and bring applications to the June 24th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Was there any other motions in that you would need with regards to this? I think that captures everything.
No, that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. With that, we're going to take our lunch break and we will come back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
You're sharp today, Chair. Sharp.
What do you mean sharp? Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from lunch here and proceeding now with the afternoon portion of our meeting. We're going to go back and lift item 7.1, which was the tax rate bylaw. Can I have a motion to lift item 7.1 being the tax rate bylaw? Can I have a motion to lift that from the table, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council lift item 7.1 tax rate bylaw from the table.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now, moving back to item 7.1, which is bylaw 023-25, the 2025 tax rate bylaw, now being presented by our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney.
All right. Sorry, Your Worship. Thank you through you to council. So we tabled this item earlier before lunch. I apologize. Ms. Joel Watt had to leave for the afternoon here. One of the questions that council had was, could we have vacant residential and vacant non-residential defined in the bylaw? The copy that I've handed out to you now shows those two definitions of what vacant non-residential property and vacant residential property means. Essentially, it's what I had mentioned before, that the land is serviced, there's no principal building, and the property has been registered for 3 or more years. There's a lot more information in policy 450, which should have been attached to this RFD in the agenda package and is now handed out to you, that goes through the details of how administration actually applies this policy into it. My understanding is, so at the end of the day, we've been doing this. We've been doing this for a number of years. We just weren't doing it in accordance with how the MGA prescribes related to your different classes. So we're not actually doing anything different this year than in the previous years. We're just changing the names to better reflect what's actually in our bylaw. If you remember, the original version that came up after budget had the first title was, if we went to the last page of the bylaw in Schedule A, the first title was residential, farmland, and vacant residential. And then we also had a vacant residential bylaw. We had never prescribed a subclass called vacant residential bylaw. We only had vacant residential. So this is just cleaning up that you can't put two tax rates to the same subclass. So if you looked at our old tax rate bylaws, the 5th line item there, vacant residential, used to be called vacant residential bylaw. So my understanding is the intent of it has been working mechanistically fine. It's just administratively making sure this all matches and keeps us in compliance with the MGA. So what has been added that council discussed at budget time was the annexed residential. That definition is at the front, and it just goes back to the original council order that prescribes which properties those apply to under the definitions of annexed residential. If you can just scroll up there, Josh. Again, and it's from Rocky View County by that order, so specifically says it's just related to those particular properties. And as mentioned, or as decided, I guess, at budget time through council, the mill rate is 50% of the difference between what the Rocky View County mill rate is that they were subject to for under their annexation agreement and the current City of Chestermere mill rate. So we've met them halfway with the intent to move that forward to match the city in the next 5 years. Other than that, what has changed? It was already sort of done for the vacant non-residential, but that tax rate has actually dropped this year, that mill rate. Again, we need to be in the MGA. There's a 5-to-1 ratio between what your highest tax rate on any subclass can be versus your lowest tax rate on any subclass. So 13.53186 is 5 times 2.706372. Other than that, there's no material changes to the tax rate bylaw.
Great, thank you. So then the first motion you'd be looking for would be to give first reading to the tax rate bylaw, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, can I have the first motion, please, to give first reading of bylaw 023-25 being the tax rate bylaw? Can I have a counselor make... That was fun. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Ryan.
So move that council give first reading to bylaw 023-25 being the tax rate bylaw.
Any comments, questions with regards to first reading? Great, thank you. We'll call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion for second reading, please? Can I have a counselor make the motion for second reading, please? Counselor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 023-25 being the tax rate bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Can I have, for permission to give third and final reading, can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council give permission to proceed with the third and final reading for bylaw number 023-25 being the tax rate bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. And then can I have a counselor make the motion for third and final reading? Counselor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 023-25 being the tax rate bylaw.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving now to item 8.2, which is our short-term rentals report. This is being presented by Josh David, Planner 1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor and Council. Today I'll be presenting a request for decision that includes two recommendations to Council. First being that Council direct administration to amend the land use bylaw to incorporate short-term rentals. Amendment should address location, parking, and traffic. And that Council direct administration to draft a short-term rental policy to address licensing, safety concerns, as well as a 24-hour contact. In response to a request from Council during the November 12th, 2024 GAT meeting to gather additional public input on the potential development of a short-term rental bylaw and amendments to the current land use bylaw, the city organized an open house and an online survey to engage the residents in the community. The feedback revealed a range of options, a range of opinions, highlighting a somewhat divided sentiment on the issue. The open house was held at the Chestermere Recreation Center on January 20th, 2025. Following that, an online survey was available from January 28th to February 14th, 2025, which was accessible through the city's website and promoted on our social media channels. In total, 507 survey responses were received, 52 from the night of the open house and 455 through the online survey. A full summary of the questions and the responses is included as a part of the agenda. While a slight majority of respondents expressed support for allowing short-term rentals with appropriate regulations, concerns were raised about the potential impacts such as increased traffic, noise, and safety. These findings suggest that any future policy decisions must carefully weigh the benefits of short-term rentals against community concerns, ensuring that public consultation remains a key part of our process. Implementing any bylaw changes without fully considering the public input and potential consequences could pose significant risks. Allowing short-term rentals without clear and enforceable policies may lead to unintended negative outcomes. However, with the thoughtful planning and regulation, a well-crafted short-term rental policy has the potential to benefit the community, particularly in light of the feedback that was received by our residents. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Before proceeding with questions, I just want to turn, first of all, I know that, sorry, do we need to, this is one that we had to lift from the table? Okay, sorry, can I have a counselor make the motion to lift from the table, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler?
I move that council lift from the table short-term rentals report.
Great, thank you. Can I have the vote, please? That's carried, thank you. I don't think we need to proceed with the presentation again. We've had the presentation. I want to turn, first of all, I know that it was a somewhat unrelated matter in terms of short-term rentals being different, say, than secondary suites, but want to turn to Councillor Narayan, as Councillor Narayan is part of our SDAB, and he just wanted to bring forward some comments with regards to some of this work as we're looking at both of these bylaws. I know that they are separate bylaws. We're not trying to combine them at all, but Councillor Narayan, just some comments that you had want to bring forward with regards to what happened at our recent SDAB meeting.
Thank you, Worship, through you to members of council. So yes, there were two different matters. However, there are certain similarities with respect to how certain areas in Chestermere, are treated or should be deemed. One of the things that has come up on a number of SDAB hearings is restrictive covenants and its applicability, and how is it that administration looks at it. What we have seen in the past is restrictive covenants were seen as more of a private matter between whoever is registering the covenant and then the resident. The approach that SDAB has taken now is still, agreeing that yes, it may be a civil matter between whoever is registering the restrictive covenant and the occupants, but that this administration must also respect that covenant. I know there's no specific policy on that right now, and it's maybe something that we can look into, that when organizations, do put restrictive covenants, that administration, when they are approving whether it's secondary suites, and in this particular case, being short-term rentals, that these things must be respected and given ample weight whenever decisions are made. And on that note, specific to short-term rentals, I do understand, and I stand to be corrected, that certain areas, specifically around the lake, known as the lakefront areas, there, I believe, is a restrictive covenant restricting a number of things and potentially restricting even short-term rentals. So I think that's something that even council, I'd say, should take into consideration moving forward, that these covenants are there for a reason, and they must be respected, or else there's no point putting in there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Turn to Mr. Edney. Administration has been looking at, administration was looking at some legalities with regards to restrictive covenants and where they existed, specifically on lakefront homeowners and those houses that are with that zoning. So can you speak a little bit about a work that administration has been doing with regards to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council. So on kind of both topics, short-term rentals and the secondary suites, we have confirmed that there is a restrictive covenant, and the covenant is very explicit in that any house with that covenant on their title shall be used for like no other purpose than as a private single-family dwelling, and that any building erected shall not be rented, let, or leased in any manner whatsoever. So the restricted covenant is aiming to capture two things, and I think the SDAB captured the secondary suite portion of it, but it's also meant to capture the short-term rental aspect of the homes that have this restrictive covenant. So we've done some searching, and we've confirmed that this covenant exists on 349 titles on the lakefront, and we believe it's all properties south of the bridge. So essentially the Cove, because it's a newer community, wasn't subject to the same restrictive covenant. The covenant was originally put on in 1976 by the Lakefront Cabin Owners Association. So to that point of this restrictive covenant being there, and like I say, I think we've confirmed that every house has it. We've only found, I think the Calgary Yacht Club doesn't have it, I believe. And there may be one other parcel along the lake that doesn't have it. So the important part from this is one, the city doesn't enforce these restrictive covenants. We do have a legal opinion. It's not within our actual jurisdiction to do that. It's the person who put the covenant on that property that needs to enforce it. However, in trying to make our policies, I guess, match what are on titles, the view that myself and legal are coming to is there's an easy way for us to respect this covenant, in that if we were to make our two bylaws, so secondary suites and short-term rentals, match what this covenant says, then that is something that the city can then enforce our bylaw on. So if council were so inclined to direct administration to at least prepare a draft or a first go of the short-term rental bylaw, or even the secondary suites that acknowledge these homes around the lake to match this restrictive covenant, I think all homeowners should be aware. They may not be aware, but through, again, didn't take us that long to find it. They should have found it, in their purchase or their acquisition of a property. The other thing that we're doing administratively too, if people have seen their census, we took that as an opportunity to directly ask this question. And the nice part about the census is it's tagged to your home address. So we can actually get house by house data. We can collect that data up in what does the Cove think, what does Chelsea think, what does South Shore think, and have some of that information coming back. We tried to word it of, do you support short-term rentals or secondaries? Well, there were two separate questions. One, do you support short-term rentals? The other one, do you support secondary suites in the community or in the neighborhood you live in? So we don't quite have all the census data captured yet. I think our hope administratively was to be able to use some of that data to help formulate a recommendation to council based on neighborhood wants and needs out of the census. But circling back to this, it's pretty clear for the lakefront homes anyways, that they shouldn't have secondary suites or short-term rentals on any of those properties south of the bridge.
And in my experience in buying a house and things like that, either through the realtor I used or certainly at the signing legal documents phase, anytime that there was a caveat or a restricted covenant or utility right-of-way or anything that existed on any kind of home or land or anything of purchasing that I've been involved in, that came forward, right? So it would be reasonable for us to, you should know. If you were purchasing this home, you should know that this restrictive covenant existed on that property through that entire home buying process. Would that be what we're also hearing from our legal, that is a reasonable assumption for us to make?
You're correct, Mr. Mayor. That's a reasonable assumption.
Okay. So with that too, we could also, Mr. Edney, would it be possible for us to create a bylaw in the short term? So we are collecting the census data that is citywide. That's going to take some time, right? As we do that, but in the short term, should council so choose, and we'll open this up to council for a conversation here in a moment. Is it possible to create a bylaw that then would reflect the restrictive covenant that would be specific to a given area, and then should council choose at a later time, given on the data, that bylaw could be changed, expanded, or a different one brought in that could be for across the city?
Through you to council, that's correct. There is a mechanism. I can't explain exactly what that mechanism is right now. There's a couple of different approaches we could take, but we could do that to reflect just these homes in the short term while we look at a longer term solution.
Okay. So, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I thank you, Mr. Edney, for those suggestions. Those are very good suggestions indeed. So I just wanted to add one more thing with respect to restrictive covenants, because they're not just around the lake, but in other parts of the community as well. So I guess, the other part of the discussion we had is that these covenants must be restricted when it comes to applications for things like secondary suites, anything with respect to, giving permits for people to do stuff in the properties, that administration, do take into consideration these covenants. Mm-hmm. Because we've had instances of development permits being granted in areas where, and outside of, not even close to the lake, but these places had restrictive covenants, and the application was allowed.
Mr. Hardney?
Yeah, through the chair to yourself. Thanks for that information, Councillor Ryan. I think we've heard most vocally from the lakefront homeowners, but I think that's something we should take away as administration and figure out where other similar restrictive covenants may exist, and I would suggest we attempt to honor those in those areas as well. But without having detailed information on that, I can't make an educated comment on that, but I will take it away and go look and see what we can find.
Okay, so with that, I would like to open the opportunity for proper debate on this. And I believe the proper debate would be a motion similar. So I'll take a stab at this, and we can kick around the motion and open it up for debate. That council direct administration to proceed with the creation of a short-term bylaw for homes zoned R1L, correct? For lakefront?
Yes.
R1L, correct? R1L. Thank you. For homes zoned R1L, that reflects the restrictive covenant That's my proposal. So what I'm suggesting is we'll debate the actual motion here in a minute. Is there wording that you would like to see added within this? First, I'll go Councillor Sambo and then Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Should it say short-term rental bylaw?
Thank you. They're two.
It's a land use problem.
They're two separate ones. I think that because we are currently looking at short term on this particular agenda item, I would suggest that we stay with this one just for now. Okay. So any other? We'll debate the motion here in a minute. Is there any wording that you would like to see changed in this motion, Councillor Warzanowski?
As a lakefront owner myself, and certainly representative of that community, we may want to revise how we propose this motion because they don't want short-term rentals at all. So do we need a bylaw that says, do we need a bylaw for a short-term rental if there's not going to be any short-term rentals?
That's what the bylaw would say.
Okay.
The bylaw, what I'm suggesting.
If it says that it's and then my only comment would be, instead of reflects, I would use the word aligns.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I'm getting at, we write a bylaw that is the same as a restrictive covenant. And sorry, I don't want to debate.
No, that's fine.
I'll debate here in a second.
Fair.
So we're saying aligns with, and then we can debate here in a minute. Okay, Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one small wording change. Can we change restricted to restrictive?
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Councilor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. The only other comment I have is on the property zoned R1L, there is more details in regards to what that dwelling is for, and there's more restrictions. So I'm curious if we should have separate bylaws for each restriction, or should we consider reviewing all of the restrictions and come up with a bylaw in regards to residential use of R1L lots?
So I think
Because there's many restrictions.
Thank you. So I think we're moving into debate. So I would say hold on that point here just for a minute because I agree. I agree. We're just debating, and I want to get us to a point where we can debate.
Fair enough.
So for the motion, are we okay with? Do we get kind of what the intent for the motion is, and then we'll come back to you, Councilor Warzanowski, on that point. Yes. Okay. Can I have a councillor make? Oh, sorry, Councillor Grant.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm wondering if this would apply to all R1L homes and not just the lakefront homes.
That is lakefront because the other ones are R1.
They're all R1.
Correct. R1L is.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. Mr. Edney?
Just for clarity and pardon my ignorance, through the mayor to council, are the homes in the Cove R1L as well?
The homes in the Cove are zoned R1L, but they do not have this restrictive covenant on title. So the question would be, should they be included in this if we're referencing only the restrictive covenant?
So again, what I think we should do is get to a point where we're going to make a motion, then we debate the motion, and then we can add to the motion. I got to get a motion first because everybody wants. I know we're all eager to debate. I got to get something on the floor. Are we good with the wording for the motion, and then we'll debate it? Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to proceed with the creation of short-term rental bylaw for homes zoned R1L that align with the restricted covenants.
Great, thank you. So I think to your point, right now, if we are doing this, I think we have to acknowledge some realities. And one of those realities is we do have currently some R1L lots that do not have a restrictive covenant on it. Right? I think we have to acknowledge that reality. I think we have to have a starting point. So I think the starting point is we did some investigative work for a reason, right? The reason we did this investigative work is we wanted to know where did this restrictive covenant exist, right? I also would like to point out that I believe that what we are looking at doing is a starting point. This is not an ending point, nor have we even passed a bylaw yet. All we're doing is asking you to come back with proposals. So I would also say to administration that if you came back with two different proposals, one has R1L only with restrictive covenant on it, that's an option. One could have R1L, all of them, including the ones that don't have a restrictive covenant. I think at the time when we debate first reading of the bylaw, that's when that happens. I see this strictly as a first step to give something on paper for us to debate. So then turning to Councillor Warzanowski, this is where I agree with what you're saying, is that there's other things that are in there as well. I would suggest that to your point, that point has been captured by administration. And if you want to restate as part of the debate, you could. But again, that they could then come back, and then at that time, especially with your knowledge as a lakefront homeowner, those are some things that then you could comment on at first reading to see if there's other things that you would want to have added. Okay, Councilor Warzanowski.
Yes, now I guess we're in debate since the motion has been stated. As a lakefront owner and certainly engaged in that community, you will find by and large everyone zoned R1L does respect the restricted covenants that exist for the lots south of the bridge, but they also, the ones north of the bridge in the Cove would also share the same sentiments. I'm not opposed to this short-term rental bylaw as a representative of that community. They will, by and large, be looking for no short-term rentals whatsoever on the lake. However, they also have other restrictive covenants that will likely want to be honored or aligned by bylaw by the city. My question before we go to vote potentially is, can we capture that in a short-term rental bylaw if there's other restrictive covenants that we want to respect through the mayor to administration?
My first thought on that is, what if we take the first swing at it on this?
Yeah, I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
There's another restrictive covenant for business use of lakefront properties as a business. That could be debated whether they're doing business at their, working from home, or actually running a mechanic shop or a Sea-Doo rentals. There's lots of debate and opposition to that type of business under that restrictive covenant. It's not really related to short-term rentals, but it is a restricted covenant that the lakefront owners want respected by city administration and our bylaws.
Mr. Edney? Sorry, Ms. Doherty?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Through our CAO to Mayor and Council, I think where our first step could be anyways is under our land use bylaw, the R1L has its own section, 10.5. And in there, we have permitted uses and discretionary uses. So a number of the things we're discussing today that are reflected in that restrictive covenant are noted as discretionary uses under our land use bylaw. One being secondary suites, the second being major home businesses, as you've mentioned. So I think where we could go with this, and we might need to tweak the wording a little bit here, is for a short term, how do we deal with this in a clean way? Updating the land use bylaw is the simplest way, because that is where we go to look at all this information. If we create a secondary bylaw that then references, we want them to be in agreement with each other. So we can go back, do some work, propose removing secondary suites, major home businesses. I don't know the restrictive covenant intimately, so I'd have to review it, but anything else on there that's discretionary or permitted, that's not in alignment there, we can make those changes with the recommendation that we're bringing these two things into alignment with each other. Short-term rentals, we don't have any policy around short-term rentals within the city, so it doesn't exist in our land use bylaw, which is why we were kind of separating them out. So complementary, but different. So we could take this away as well, come back with a revised land use bylaw amendment specific to the R1L lots, and as well look at the short-term rental aspect of it. Potentially, maybe there's a clause in here that says that those are not allowed, or maybe it's a standalone policy that I'm not sure about at the moment.
So then on that note, could we add to proceed with the creation of a short-term rental bylaw and review of the land use bylaw for homes zoned R1L? Would that capture what you're just saying? Okay. And review of the land use. Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. First of all, sorry, Councillor Randhawa, you had made this. Are you okay with that addition to the motion?
Yes, I will accept the friendly.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you. I'll be short. Thank you through our chair and to you, Mrs. Doherty, that I agree with this and I can see this moving forward. In regards to R1L lots. However, looking forward, I know that we want a short-term rental bylaw for the entire city. So maybe this is a starting point in what the short-term rental bylaw looks like as a whole, because you are right. It's tough to look at this as a short-term rental bylaw because secondary suites, business use on certain zoned lots does matter. And we do also understand as council that it only really exists lightly in our land use bylaw. So I just want to make note of that while this motion does reflect R1L lots, I think as council we'll have to look at this for the city as a whole.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that is coming. Okay. So that's the work that's being done through the census. That's the data work that's being collected. There's the full intention is to have a bigger one coming. This was to deal with the most. This was to deal with based on information that we have. I just want to add one more thing with the lines of the restrictive covenant by the end of June 2025. Is that okay with administration?
From a timeline point of view, I think that might be a little bit concerning, just with the fact that it would require first reading, public hearing, second.
We'll just
Okay.
Sorry, you're just looking for us to bring back a draft for
Yep.
you to look at. Potentially give first reading
Yep.
to if you wanted to, and if not,
Yep.
send it back
Exactly.
for more. So we'd probably target the June 24th meeting at
Okay,
this point.
perfect.
Or gap on the 17th.
So by the end of June 2025 works.
I think that
Okay,
works. Yeah.
Good, thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Adney. And thank you, Ms. Dorothy, for speaking to the land use bylaw. I did have a few questions about it, and I think you've answered them. One thing I've had trouble with, and I guess the SDAB as well, is discretionary use. Because it's right in the word itself, it's very discretionary. So it becomes a little problematic because, from the limited case that we get at SDAB, we find that pretty much, most things that are discretionary, somebody's making an application and it's getting approved. Again, of course, we don't see all the applications. I'm sure there are certain applications that, don't get approved, but this comes to us. Now, the term discretionary, is that something in legislation? Is that something that we put in just our bylaws? Is there any way to tighten that up?
I see both. Mr. Edney.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, through yourself to Councillor Ryan and the rest of Council. Yeah, this is one of these challenges with the land use bylaws. And the way administration, from my understanding, deals with these is, so if something's permitted and someone puts an application in, we have to say yes. There's no option to say no. If it's discretionary, it's sort of exactly what it sounds like. They can meet. We treat it generally, if they go through all they do the proper studies, they make the proper application, we generally say yes, which in effect then makes it sort of a permitted use, right? Because we're not often saying no. One of the things we're bringing forward here really soon, I hope, is this rejuvenation of the Chestermere Planning Commission. And that's where they would deal with the discretionary use type things, where again, it may make sense for one home in that community to have this, but there may be certain circumstances in another home that don't have to do this. But yeah, I don't know if discretionary is necessarily like an MGA word, but it's generally the same two words that every municipality uses, is the permitted, the discretionary, and then if it's neither one of those, you can't have it no matter what.
Okay. I'm going to just bring us back to this particular motion. Is there any other debate on this particular motion, Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering if you can help me understand what would be captured in the two parts of this, the short-term rental bylaw versus the review of the land use bylaw, and would there be duplication between the two?
Yeah, Ms. Doherty.
Based on the interpretation of what I've heard, and I would love correction if I'm off base on this, what we'd be looking to do with the land use bylaw would just be looking at the permitted and discretionary uses, and if something is listed in there and also exists on the restrictive covenant saying it's not allowed, we would strike it from the land use bylaw and propose a land use bylaw amendment that doesn't have it. So as an example, the easy one I can see right now is secondary suites. The restrictive covenant, from my understanding, says that those are not permitted on R1L lots. So we would come to council for first reading saying we're removing these as discretionary uses to align with the restrictive covenant. With respect to the short-term rental bylaw, the bylaw simply would state that they are not allowed on this zoned property, because that again is in alignment with the restrictive covenant. There's potential that maybe we could put that into the land use bylaw or come as its own thing. I am not sure at the moment if they need to be standalone documents, but what I think is important to understand is there is a bigger picture with this of a citywide short-term rental policy or bylaw that will be coming.
Yeah. Again, I think, like I said, that's coming. This is this has kept coming up. This restrictive covenants has continually come up for an extended amount of time, right? And then as a point of interest, the restrictive covenants came up at SDAB, and SDAB had comments on that. We went away and had questions answered in that, do people know that the restrictive covenant exists? Do they know, right? Because there could be an assumption that is made that they just don't know. And we have learned by doing proper research that it is on the land titles, right? So that's why we have been advised that it is a reasonable assumption that you should know that you have a restrictive covenant on there. And all the city is trying to do is look at some ways that we can align with that restrictive covenant. There are processes that you can follow to have restrictive covenants removed. It's not easy, right? But there are legal processes that one could follow, and then that could change some of the things that the city is doing. Because this keeps coming up and because it keeps crossing our desk, one of the things that we are exploring is there a way for us to address that in this? And this would be just a first step. Because again, we are not approving a bylaw today. We're asking administration to go away and do some work. Any other debate with regards to the motion? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with the motion for R1L, but I would like to add, because this is the feedback I got it from the residents as well, the communities who they build previously, the new communities we always call the Chelsea and Dawson Landing, Waterford, who the residents live long in other areas, they also don't want the short-term rental as well.
So that's coming.
So we need to add as well in there.
No, they don't have restrictive covenants.
That's right.
Right? So we don't want to do that right now. That's why we're collecting the census data. That's why we're finding out, because we're going to find out from the census data what that tells us with regards to other communities and things like that. There's also, this is going to be a part of the door-to-door conversation that we're having on June the 23rd. What we're trying to accomplish right now is simply deal with the consistent communication that happens with restrictive covenants. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm generally in support of this entire conversation and this motion, but what I'm trying to understand, if there's already a restrictive covenant on a majority of these properties that we're addressing, there's already a mechanism in place to address the issue. So what is the urgency of getting a bylaw?
Yeah, because the mechanism that exists basically is that if you as a neighbor have a problem with it, you as a neighbor are taking your neighbor to court. Correct. Right? And that's part of the issue that exists with this. And I think even with what we saw earlier with regards to the Historical Foundation looking for ways for the city to align with things, this is a long-standing these are long-standing restrictive covenants that have existed. And I think that what has happened, and again, when it comes to the bylaw and it comes to public hearings, and perhaps we hear from the majority of people that don't like this bylaw, then democracy rules the day. I don't see it as an urgency so much as I see it as a similarity with regards to aligning with something that essentially already exists, right? And taking away that neighbor versus neighbor, right? Because then we're just aligning with something that already exists in our community and has these restrictive covenants are not new. Mr. Edney, I believe that we found that they were filed 1976 is when. So these have been on the books since 76. Okay. With that, I'm stalling before I call Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Just my last question on here. The two motions that were recommended by administration, the second one included a draft policy that would address some specific things. I just am looking for clarification that these issues that were mentioned in the policy, licensing, safety concerns, and 24-hour contact would still be included in this motion. Those would still be coming back to us.
Mr. Edney?
So, thank you, Councillor Sambo, for the question. On the larger scale policy, yes, 100% those things would be included. We've looked at adjacent counties and municipalities and looked at their policies and or bylaws of those, and those are very important aspects that need to be included. What we're talking about now, when it correlates to the R1L, again with the restrictive covenant, they're just not permitted. So what we're going to see by June 2025 will be that these are not allowed on these areas. And then when it gets brought out to a broader scope within the entire city, all of those factors that Josh has outlined will be included with how you get a permit, how it's enforced, what are the requirements to actually do this? Because the lots we're speaking about specifically right now, it's just not allowed.
Yeah, I don't see this motion presupposing the other two motions. I actually do think that we should go back to the recommended motions after this. This is simply based on, again, what has happened from information we have received, the legal review that we have done, as well as what happened with SDAB. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to add on to that, I don't think administration's intent was ever to have a short-term rental bylaw. It was to address short-term rentals in the land use bylaw and have a policy that states if you are allowed to have a short-term rental, here's the things you need to do to get a permit or to comply, to keep garbage and all that kind of stuff. So I think that, yeah, to the mayor's point, I don't think this presupposes the next two motions to keep us moving on that as well.
Okay.
But those will take longer because we're going to collect the data at the end of June. So those might be September type reports for those two motions.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote. That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. So then, administration, would you like to see us make the other two motions as recommended? Okay, thank you. Can I have the first recommended motion, please? Okay, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council direct administration to amend bylaw number 020-24, being the land use bylaw, to incorporate short-term rentals to address location, parking, and traffic.
Great, thank you. And just as a point of clarification, this is going to be done in conjunction with that work that we are doing, collecting data from the census and things like that. Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Councilor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Further to this motion being presented, you can see from the information that was presented to council, there isn't a strong reception of short-term rentals within the community. While I do support going further and finding out what the community wants, because parking, density, all those things are real concerns of our residents. I'll wait till first reading to kind of express my concerns, but I wanted to share that with council so that we have to tread lightly in regards to what this potential bylaw will look like.
Agreed. Okay. So can I call for the vote, please? Sorry, just as a point of order, the motion was made while Councillor Grant was out of the room. I don't believe he can vote then. Correct? Correct. Okay, thank you. Can I? No, he can't. No. So can I call for the vote, please? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then the third motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to draft the short-term rental policy to address licensing safety concern and a 24-hour contact.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. With that, we have, oh, sorry, is there any other motions or anything with regards to this presentation? Okay, great, thank you. With that, I've been advised that for one of our in-camera items, we have legal review booked, and that is booked for 2:00. So what we're going to do now is we'll take a break. And then we'll reconvene at 2:00, move into our in-camera portion, and then finish off the rest of our agenda after that. So call for a break, and we'll come back at 2:00. Thank you.
Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I want to apologize. We had some pretty significant motions that were just made. And while I understand that it was recorded, the audio wasn't working. And so I just want to apologize on behalf of the city to citizens of Chestermere. I think one of the things that is never lost on me is that when we are up here doing this, we understand that there's only a few people in the room. But the way I view this is that we are talking to 30,000 plus people every day. And so we just made some pretty significant motions for our community. And so we can go back and have a review of it later, but I would like to basically do a redo, even though it was on camera. But due to the fact that the audio didn't work, we're gonna redo it. Mr. Edney, I am hoping that we don't need to rescind and then redo, but whatever needs to happen to do this, these are significant announcements that we are making, and so I'm hoping that we can just proceed, do the technical issue, and we can just proceed and redo the motions. Ms. Vandermeer.
To the chair, my suggestion would be just for yourself to repeat the motions that were made and who made them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So can we go from top to bottom, please, the motions that we made when we came out of our in-camera. So again, we came out of our in-camera session. We had some pretty significant conversations that happened. And within that, I would like to just speak to these just quickly. So all of these were carried unanimously. And so the first motion here was that the council direct the mayor to work with Staff Sergeant Clausen on writing a letter to RCMP staffing to express concerns with staffing. The second motion that was made was that council direct administration to work with the RCMP on communication strategies with regards to crime prevention in Chestermere. Third motion that was made was council direct administration to bring back to council a report on coordinated approach and use of resources for community safety and enforcement of community standards bylaws. So those were the three motions that were made with regards to the RCMP conversation that happened in camera. The next one is in relation to our golf course update. And we have two of the three motions completed. Again, two of the three as they were done all passed unanimously. The first motion being that council approves the acquisition of the Lakeside Greens Golf Course and authorizes the finalization and execution of the purchase and sale agreement, PSA, and the operational service agreement, OSA, in substantially the form presented to council. The second one was the mayor and chief administrative officer, CAO, are authorized and directed to finalize, execute, and deliver the PSA and OSA in substantially the form presented to council and any further documents as may be necessary or advisable to give full effect to the intent of this resolution. And then finally, the third motion that we made was, this motion has been made, has yet to be voted upon. I was in the midst of making comment on it when we realized that we were facing our audio issue. So the mayor and CAO are authorized to approve any amendments or revisions to the PSA or OSA as may be necessary, provided that such amendments or revisions are not, in the opinion of the mayor, the CAO, and the city's legal counsel, material in nature. And what I started to comment on was the wording of this motion was very important to me from lessons that I even learned as a young counselor, in that the way that this works is that as we work through this process, if any of the three, the mayor or the CAO or our legal, if any of the three have a concern, then it has to come back to council. So if any of the three have a concern, it has to come back. And I think that that's really, really important because that's where I believe that we do see things like true transparency and working in council and making sure that everybody's up to date and also ensuring that we are getting right. And so that was the comment that I wanted to offer with regards to this motion. Turning back to council, are there any other comments or questions with regards to the motion? Thank you. Just one final. People may note when the votes come up that Councillor Ryan will not be voting at this time simply because he was not here for that part of the conversation and so is unable to vote on the said motion. So with that, I will call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then we also have one final motion. This is in relation to item 9.4, which was the Recreation Center update. And so can I have a Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council directs the CAO to proceed on item 9.4, Recreation Center update, as discussed during closed session.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from council? Great, thank you. We'll call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. That concludes all of our in-camera motions. All the motions that needed to be made from our in-camera session. We'll now go back to item 8.3, which is the development permit approval. This is being presented by Josh David, Planner 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today I'll be presenting a request for decision that includes the following recommendation to Council. That Council approve the development permit DP 24-52003 /53008 /53015 /53022 /53035 /53060 for the remaining 6 Schuyler townhomes, subject to the conditions of approval included in attachment A. The applicant is seeking a development permit to allow.
Sorry. We need to lift it from the table.
Okay.
Can we have the motion to lift this particular item, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council lift from the table DP 24-52003/53008/53022/53035/53060 248 Kinnenberg Boulevard, Schuyler Townhomes.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. I apologize, Josh. Would you be able to restart the presentation?
No worries.
Thank you. I apologize.
Good afternoon again. Today I'll be presenting a request for decision that includes the following recommendations to council. That council approve the development permit DP 24-52003/53008/53022/53035/53060 for the remaining 6 Schuyler Townhomes, subject to the conditions of approval that are included in Attachment A. So the applicant is seeking a development permit to allow for the construction of 6 buildings of the originally issued development permit for 248 Kinnenberg Boulevard. And this application includes the final 6 buildings, comprising of 35 residential townhouse units and the accompanying site landscaping. This is a resubmission of a previously council-approved development permit. As that permit has since expired, the applicant is required to resubmit as per land use bylaw section 4.7.5, which states that if a development permit is not commenced within 12 months of the date of the notice of decision and completed within 24 months, that the permit should automatically expire. This application has been recirculated to internal and external departments, and no major concerns have been identified. The reason that this is coming to council is as per section 3.2.f in the land use bylaw, the development officer shall refer applications for a development permit located within the direct control residential multi-unit, the DC-R3 district, to council for a decision. Denying this development permit would prevent the site's full construction as originally intended, leaving a portion undeveloped and unsightly for the surrounding area. After a thorough review considering the planning, development, and engineering standards, and recognizing the benefit of completing the site, administration recommends approving this development permit. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
I'm just wondering, this is land that has sat for a little while, and at times, it has continued. How do we avoid situations like this in the future? Is there a way to avoid situations like this in the future, or is this an unfortunate incident that, because this is, like I said, it has sat empty, right? This is something that was supposed to be done back in 2016. It's, that's almost 10 years ago. Is there a way that we can avoid situations like this moving forward?
I think that's a great question. Mayor Dean, through the CAO to Mayor and Council, we don't have an ability for private sites or multifamily sites to really ensure our lapsing and reapplication is potentially one avenue. But when we talk about these sites, and where I'm going with this is if you're thinking about a traditional development, we enter into development agreements where we retain securities. For multifamily sites such as this, we only retain securities for the infrastructure the city would eventually take over. So we don't have anything in the reserve, or we don't have any funds reserved to say that we'll just go build them ourselves. So we don't really have that mechanism there. It's something we could explore if there's of interest of that, but I'm not quite sure the city wants to get into the home building business necessarily.
That's
so fair. There isn't a foolproof way, aside from the fact that we now have to re-go through this process.
Does this, I can't think of any other instances of this off the top of my head, but is this, would we consider this to be a bit of a one-off situation?
I would say yes, especially within our boundaries. The only other one I could point to was Marina Paradise. As example, I brought that to council, or that was brought to council in the fall. That was an example of a development that reached their CCC stage, didn't go through to complete FAC. We utilized the securities and will be finishing that project ourselves here before the end of this construction season. And again, for us, that was the only one in the record I could find that we had to go in and step in. So this would be the other one I can think of within our city boundaries. So it is rare.
Great, thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. This might be the second or third time actually I've ever sat through this particular presentation, and it's been pretty much approved all the times. What I can share is, I believe in 2017, because this was raised as to why it was taking so long, and then, the matter was taken in camera, and let's just say that, there were special circumstances with the builder/developer, which they had shared. So I'd say it's definitely a one-off. I remember expressing that it's a bit of an eyesore. I'm sure a lot of us have driven past it a number of times. So I'm just glad that, this has come to council, and I think it'll be nice to see them complete this project.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just considering whether to still ask my question after that commentary. I suppose through you, what I'm really wondering is, this development permit, am I right that it lasts for a year? You have a year from the development permit to start building? Is that correct? So that's not a very long time period. This would be the fourth time that they thought that they would start developing within a year. I'm just wondering what has changed 4 times in such a short period, and why the application keeps coming forward.
So they do have 12 months to start construction, 24 months to complete. So this was originally approved as a comprehensive development permit with all 10 buildings. And the reason that this comes back is since it's not completed within the 2 years, when they, the building permits are not applied for as a comprehensive site, they're applied per building. So once those building permits reach our building team, they check to make sure that the development permit is still active. And since it's been longer than the 2-year window, then they reach out to us, and we reach out to the applicant saying that their development permit has expired, so that they have to reapply for that in order to get their building permit. So I think the main holdup is, they basically can't finish within the 24-month window. So that's why it has relapsed already 3 times. Not sure if administration has anything else to add to that, but that's what I would say.
No? Yes? Okay.
I think politely, we're not sure. I mean, that would be a question for the developer, and unfortunately, the developer isn't here to answer that question. So
fair enough.
Yeah. Why they're not moving forward, I don't know, but hopefully they will be this time.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair to our, to you, Josh, and potentially Mrs. Doherty. I'm glad to see this coming back to council. This would be great to see those lots filled with some buildings. Is there anything we can do as an administration to ensure that the look and feel kind of matches the existing, what the existing community along that boulevard? Because the previous builders no longer, obviously.
So it would be the same, I guess, design as originally approved. The actual permit hasn't changed since the original application back in 2013. So it would complete the site as was originally intended back in 2013. The permit itself hasn't changed. The only thing that's happened is the permit's expired. So we've brought back the exact same permit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the Chair of Administration, I think I heard the answer to my question, but I just wanted to confirm that this new application is exactly the same as the original application.
Yeah, that's correct. The full permit is included as an attachment, I believe, but it hasn't changed since the original application.
Thank you.
Okay, can I have the motion then, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan. I feel like you've Groundhog Day for you here, or?
Yeah. Okay, I've moved that council approve the development permit to DP 2452008/53015/53022/53035/53060 for the remaining 6 Skylar townhomes, subject to conditions of approval included in attachment A.
Questions, comments from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. With that, then, oh, sorry, your
locked automatically.
your vote didn't.
Yeah, so when I tried to press it, was locked already.
Okay, I apologize. So we do have the vote, and I did announce it. It would not materially change whether it's passed or carried, but Councillor Randhawa, do you vote in favor of the motion? You vote in favor of the motion? Thank you. So Councillor Randhawa also votes in favor of the motion. Thank you. So that motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now we're moving to item 8.4, which is policy 856, the grant adjudication policy update. And it says presented by Ruby Brar, but I believe we have Christian in front of us today presenting. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Thanks for your patience with us today. We appreciate it.
No worries. Thanks. Thanks for having our department. Yes, I'm not Ruby Brar. My name is Christian Letz-Roscoe. I'm the Community Social Development Coordinator for the City of Chestermere. I'm just representing Ruby. She was unfortunately unable to make it today.
Nope. Nope.
Continue. Right. Yeah. Just bringing forward the latest revisions as per the May 6th Governance and Priority Committee recommendations for the policy 856, and hopefully that council would adopt policy 856, being the Grant Adjudication Committee GAC as presented. Just drawing your attention to those revisions. Section 1 under purpose has been simplified and condensed. Responsibilities, section 1I, recommendation has been changed to decision. And 1J, eligible, has been added. The term eligible has been added to the policy.
Great, thank you. Some feedback had been provided about with regards to the purpose. So I certainly appreciate the work that's already been done with regards to purpose, as this really does, right? Previously, it had the whole history of the committee, whereas this focuses on this. But I'm wondering if time had been taken to add a sentence or two, because if you look at the purpose, but then look at the responsibilities, there are some things that are not included in the purpose that are included in the responsibility, i.e. advocacy. Right? So there's a lot in here about advocacy. This basically just says that the purpose is to approve grant funding, but not to do any advocacy. Do you know, within the last couple of days, has work been done with regards to adding a sentence or two about the advocacy underneath purpose?
I was told by my manager that, that we would be reviewing it. I haven't had a conversation directly with her about what the specifics are, but she did mention that there would be some revisions, so I imagine that she's been working on it.
Okay. But we're looking to approve this policy today.
Yes.
So that's fun.
You can do it.
Yes. Yeah, we can approve as amended. But then, okay, so I had not prepared to write something. But what I would say is, what I would say is after this, further, are there any other questions or comments with regards to this from council, so I can take a second to write something out? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship, through you and through Mr. Edney to Kristen. Again, just on purpose, does this, I see that it says that it includes United Way Partnership and Family Community Services. Will this also include the city grant?
Yes, it's all under one committee, so the community grants as well.
And therefore I would suggest, because the sources are different, right? And if we were mentioning United Way and Family and FCSS, my suggestion would be that we add the city grant in there as well.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question about the removal of item 2C. And that's the funding cap of the percentage allowed to each individual. I do struggle with that. I do understand why it has been struck in here, but I do think that it also did provide some. There are groups in Chestermere that have a lot of pull, and they get a lot of funding, and I felt like this rule kind of helped spread it around a little bit, but it did also take away the opportunity to support bigger initiatives. So I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it, whether I think it should remain or I'm happy with the removal, but I do think it's something that maybe council should discuss and decide whether we feel that way or not.
So if you want to open up to discussion and debate, then I would say that you would need to put on the floor a motion to either add or take out the 35%.
And I would say that I'm not prepared to make that motion.
So then it would stay out. Okay. Is that right? Okay. I've had a chance to scribble some notes, so I'm wondering if under purpose we could add further GAC advocates for Chestermere community needs and other funding opportunities for our not-for-profit sector. Say it again. I got you. Further, GAC, the GAC committee, sorry, advocates for Chestermere community needs and other funding opportunities for the community of Chestermere. So if you look under roles and responsibilities, it does talk about advocacy. And we talk about this idea that we want this committee to do some advocacy work. So that's why I'm suggesting this adding. So would love to any comments with regards to that, Councillor Schindler.
Just a quick GAC committee is redundant to.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you don't have to have committee.
There you go. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else, comments, questions, or anything that people want to see added to the motion? I don't believe we've made the motion yet. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council adopt policy number 856, being the Grant Adjudication Committee, GAC, as amended, with the addition of further the GAC advocates for Chestermere community needs and other funding opportunities for the community of Chestermere in section 1-purpose.
Great, thank you. I have one further comment, and that is under section 1R. It says in here that capital expenditures are ineligible. And I would like to open this for a debate on that particular piece, because if somebody wants to, and if we need to make a motion, I'd like to have somebody make that motion for me. If somebody wants to do a capital expenditure, so we had a group who recently applied, and through the SOI process, they were told that they could not, that they were ineligible. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to add an addition to their facility so that they could provide programming for people with mobility issues. They were denied because this was seen as a capital project. So that means that they cannot run the programming that they would then like to run because they don't have the funds to do that capital project. And so to me, I don't know if that counts as a capital expenditure or why we are limiting capital expenditures for this. So I would actually like to see the removal of capital expenditures, and that people could apply for capital expenditures for that reason, and then trust the work that our the Grant Adjudication Committee, wow, I just mixed up two committees, that the Grant Adjudication Committee does to under that, because with what happened with that, they're not even able to, right? And so that way, then, if any of our not-for-profits are looking at running something that they can't run the program unless they fix the thing, well, right now they can't fix the thing so that they can run the program. So I'm open to comments on that. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure that I have an opinion either way on that particular thing. One thing that I will note is that capital expenses are often easier to get funded from other sources outside of the city. So if a consideration is area of greatest need, removing capital expenses could help with that. Generally, I prefer to keep the requirements as open as possible to allow it to be flexible. So I would be in support of that if the rest of council wanted to remove that requirement. But I will say that there's a lot of other funders and corporate sponsorships and service clubs and things like that that will almost exclusively fund capital projects.
Absolutely. So to me, the difference is we don't want to fund, sorry, I should not. That was a bad way to phrase that. To me, I don't know if we're funding things like the repainting of a facility, or we're not funding the fixing up a facility. But if somebody wants to come and they want to offer a new program in our community, and the thing that's hindering them from offering that programming is the repair, not the repair, but the, right, like, what if there's a mobility issue for people to attend events? So, for example, we have some mobility issues at our hockey arenas, right? So as people know, I ref a lot of hockey. I'm in and out of a lot of arenas, and there are a number of arenas that have simple ramps that people are able to drive up onto, so that somebody who's in a wheelchair is able to watch the hockey, because at times it can be below the glass. And so they actually have an inability to watch the hockey, because if they only have floor level seating and you're unable to get into the bleachers, then they are able to do that, right? So that, to me, if somebody was applying for a simple grant for something like that, again, you're supporting a programming type of thing. So I'm even wondering if, but to your point, Councillor Sambo, there are lots of other opportunities. So what if after capital expenditure, it even, a caveat was, unless related to program enhancement? And then it becomes generic enough that the Grant Adjudication Committee is able to make those decisions. Would that work for people? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
So I'm alluding to something that I'm working on. Is I would like to find a way to create a grant stream to help repair playgrounds in our community in Chestermere. That is considered a capital expenditure, and for all extensive purposes, if we have this in here, I can't do that in the future without bringing this bylaw back.
Well, you can't do it through this stream.
Through this,
there's other streams that you can do that through. But your point is well taken.
So that's just one thing. But there, like you're saying, there's lots of ways that that people can use grants to make their programs deliverables better and more accessible. And I think having just capital expenditure in there is, we can remove it and not see any issues, I think.
Okay.
I'm in support of that.
Is anyone opposed to removing capital expenditures? Okay. So under section 1R, removal of capital expenditures. That's fun. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment I would say for anyone listening, there may be other requirements with FCSS and United Way that would still prohibit some capital expenses.
Oh, sorry. May I jump on that?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I think it's really, really important to make it clear that FCSS and United Way have very, very clear guidelines.
That's right.
And under FCSS and United Way, you can't, right? But under I'm more talking about our community grants.
That's right. Okay.
Right? So FCSS United Way are dictated, the guidelines for those are outlined either by the province or by the United Way. Right? And we don't have any control in that or say in that other than, and Christian, I'm sure you can speak to this, other than when they invite us to provide feedback, we can provide feedback. Right? So that's the work that happens when we go to the FCSS conference. That's the work that happens through our MLA. That's the work that happens when we meet with the minister. That feedback happens there, and then the province and or the United Way can make whatever decision. This is more about like, we as the city of Chestermere, is this a prohibitive thing that we want to put in, right? And in my opinion, if you're doing it for a programming purpose, I think that door should be open.
Yes, to the chair, to the rest of council. Yeah, that is correct. The province does dictate all. The FCSS in a way dictates their own requirements, and they do prohibit capital expenses, just for clarity. But the community grant is the one that's in question currently. So,
correct.
And that's the one that's done with the city funding. So.
Okay. Everybody good? Okay. Yes, please.
Just to restate, I move that council adopt policy number 856, being the Grant Adjudication Committee, GAC, as amended, with the addition of further the GAC advocates for Chestermere community needs and other funding opportunities for the community of Chestermere, end quote, in section 1 purpose, and also remove in section 3 1R capital expenditures.
Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to touch on a comment that Councillor Grant made about this 2C. I'm in favor of striking this section, but I do agree with Councillor Grant that is one of the bigger changes, and am looking to the rest of council to see whether that's agreeable. Again, I'm personally in favor of it because it gives more flexibility, but 35% is also a reasonable number worth considering.
Yeah, what I would say is what would need to happen is for that, because it's out, if somebody wants to make a specific motion to have it back in, you need to make that motion, we vote on it. But so far, we've all said, no one has stepped up and said they want to make a motion to keep it.
Yeah, we're just debating it. If you want to add it as a friendly. I don't know.
Okay. So then, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And so then with that, now that that's complete, we can go back because we wanted to see if that was going to pass because that then leads to a change that we now need to make in our committee bylaw because of the change that we made with this particular policy. So first of all, thank you, Christian, for stepping in for Ruby. Thank you. We appreciate that. And now we'll move back to item 7.6, which is bylaw 024-25, being the committee bylaw. This is being presented by Josh E., Legislative Assistant 2.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Josh Stanislaw back again. So I'm here to present the bylaw 024-25, being an update to the committee bylaw. So as discussed earlier, this committee bylaw is coming back to reflect the wording with the policy 856 being the grant adjudication committee, so that the wording does not contradict each other. So that was the biggest change. One of the bigger changes is that we've changed the wording in the committee bylaw from a committee shall not have the power to pledge the credit of the city, to pass bylaws, or to enter into any contractual agreements, to to. Sorry, I'm just pulling it up. A committee shall not have the power to pledge the credit of the city, to pass bylaws, or to enter into any contractual agreements with the exception of the Grant Adjudication Committee, who shall decide on what organizations meet the requirements of the city grants program and are awarded a grant, where administration would then administer the formal agreements and report back to council regarding recipients. Furthermore, as everyone is aware, Bill 50 was passed on May 15, 2025. And in that, the bill stated that municipalities can no longer regulate the code of the conduct of committees. So we've also strike that out from the bylaw itself in complete. We've also added a section for quorum and decision making, as it has been noticed that some of our TORs does not have a section for quorum, so we just added that. So it's a given that any committee needs to have a quorum, and we've also updated the list of committees in Schedules A and B as some committees, such as the CMRB, has been dissolved. So those are the changes, and we're just looking for all 3 readings.
Great, thank you. Can I have the motion for the first reading, please? Can I have a counselor make the motion for first reading, please? Counselor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to Bylaw 024-25, being the committee bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments, questions with regards to first reading? Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion for second reading, please? Thank you. Can I have a counselor make a motion for second reading, please? Counselor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give second reading to bylaw number 024-25, being the committee bylaw.
Comments, questions from council with regards to second reading? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have permission for third reading, please? Thank you. Can I have a counselor make Counselor Grant?
I move that council give permission to proceed with third and final reading of bylaw 024-25, being the committee bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Yeah, locked right away. And that's carried unanimously, which means we can move to third reading. Can I have the motion for third reading, please? Councilor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 024-25, being the committee bylaw.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I believe that we have come to the end of our agenda. And so with that, can I have a motion to adjourn, please, Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 5:01 p.m.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the week.